Great man once said, fuck it, we'll do it live. Welcome to Evil Dojo. You are in Mike's apartment. However, we're not going to talk about that. That's weird. I got a nice lady on my couch right here, and she's fast asleep. My typing might wake her up. That's okay. He sleeps like 14 hours every day, so it's all good. I used to sleep that much. She gets the kind of rest that I used to get. I'm very happy that she likes this couch. She does not like every surface that she's on, but I think more important is she's just happy that I'm here. We got a lot to do. I got a new little setup cooking here, and working on the couch is actually fucking amazing. I got this big ass 50-inch monitor that I'm working on right now, and it's fucking kick ass, dude. Like, I don't know what else to say. But we have a lot of work to do, and business is going every day. And I gotta get my stuff rolling. This game I'm working on is only one of many different projects that I'm involved in. And I'm always open to new business. So as a call to action, if you are a young programmer, old programmer, computer science student, computer programming student, computer engineer, actively working software developer in an industry, anyone who needs help with code, right? You need a pair programmer, I'm your guy. If you need outsourced research help, I'm your guy. If you need anything, just reach out. It's weird when people say that they solve computer problems, because the kind of computer problems that my family has used me to solve are like, how do I get my document to print? Or why is my computer being slow? And, you know, it's like real normie type problems, right? And I'm over here like grinding my ass off, trying to pop off in some domain, top 1% hacker on bug crowd for years now with no new findings. Absolutely abysmal performance. Like, I'm very disappointed in my hacking. But Gamedev came first, and I feel like I'm not going to be able to do my best hacking if I don't get something cooking here. Like, I got something cooking, but I gotta get something more cooking before we put it down long enough to build out some automated infrastructure for trying to make the hunts easier, because honestly, hacking is a very time-intensive process too. As is teaching and tutoring. So one thing I'd like to do is be able to scale up my teaching and tutoring efforts. Like, I've been teaching and tutoring online now for a decade, probably. And about time that, you know, because one-on-ones are great and everything, and they've paid the bills. I'd like to kind of increase my output, you know, make the value of my moment-to-moment time a little bit higher. I think everyone would want that for themselves. But this would be like a natural function of capitalism, right? Like, if my capital is my voice and my knowledge and my ability to sift through and solve problems, then Like, I had this revelation while I was in Florida. It's like Skyrim is all about the voice. The voice, as in, like, you know, the singing talent show. Shout outs to Grandma. She was really into that shit. I was playing Skyrim around the time she was doing that. Plus, you know, not to mention tangent to like fucking Game of Thrones. Like, I'm getting into the weeds here, but that's okay. We're just vibing. We're vibe chatting with this fucking good ass coffee. Pull up the chats, hold up. Let's see. DeepSeek's pricing drops from UTC 1630 to midnight 30. And it is 1722, so we are officially in DeepSeek discount token price happy hour, which is actually happy 6 hours, which is fucking awesome. Imagine if happy hour was actually 6 hours long. Y'all would lose your fucking minds. If happy hour was 6 hours long, this country would be finished. Many places happy hour is multiple hours long. Try a 6 hour happy hour. They ain't kind of crushing it. They're absolutely eating us alive in this department. Do you know how expensive Claude is? Man, I used Claude for like 1 day and I spent 70 cents. Do you know how fucking expensive that is in relation to fucking DeepSeek? Holy Christ. Oh my God, it's so different. Like, oh, I mean, you know, some people out there who are like big balling and just like got money to like flush down the toilet and light on fire will be like, that's not a big deal. The price difference is, you know, output quality. I'm like, nah, dude. Nah, you don't understand how fast and good it is. I'm just saying though, for real. Like, I've been hearing some people, you know, start to talk about Gemini recently, starting to pop back out more in the news. But I sat down with Gemini for like 5 minutes and I was not impressed. I was worse impressed. Like, I was like negatively impressed. The speed of the response was impressive. There was an inverse quality to the quality of its responses, though. However, you know, Gemini Pro may be better, but the free model is absolutely dog shit. I hope I put up that there's profanity. God damn it. I gotta set up one more thing before we get rolling here. Hope everyone's having a good day. Happy Friday, TGIF. Chilling in the new crib on the couch, about to do some game dev. Apologies if I sound a little bit stuffy. I normally am, as I got fucking allergies. I've never tried allergy shots, but I've had good success with a certain medicinal combo. Okay. Let's get rolling here. There we go. Before I get started with the game dev specifically, um, there's a. I want to show you all that script I've been working on. The one that I used to actually chat with the LLMs. It's pretty cool. And it's been pretty much cross collaborated on by like all of the major LLMs at this point, plus myself. So it's arguably the best piece of self-writing, self-updating software. And technically it is, because I use it to update itself, to add features to it. To what end? To make a better tool. I like digging into these things. So I got this script. pa.py, short for personal assistant. The code is all public. I'm not sure some of this information is correct, but this is a work in progress. Actually, these are dead. I don't need those anymore. So here's how this script works. Given a provider, the name of the model, and a file for the prompt, we enter into a chat loop, sending messages back and forth to whatever LLM provider we're working with. I try to make it so that this is entirely open AI, like API, and it's worked out well so far. I ran into a little bit of a hurdle when dealing with differences in providers' ability to use tools. So tool usage is out of the scope of the development right now. However, I do want to talk about my experience using tools briefly, because while hopeful, it was annoying. And why was it annoying? I could not consistently get the LLM to use the tool on every single call, like on every chat that I would send to it. In the best case, it would use it once, and then it would like start to bullshit responses. There's got to be a way to kind of better force it to do that. But I've also figured that you can kind of emulate tool usage behavior by prompting the LLM to kind of operate in that space. Yes, y'all just saw me rip out a nose hair. Go fuck yourself. Y'all don't know my struggle. Yeah, I should have groomed up before I got on stream. I did that. That doesn't mean that I don't miss a straggler. Sometimes you gotta go back over things. We enter into a chat loop, and here's what the chat loop does. Given the provider, the client, the model, and the messages. Provider and client, no, sorry. Provider and model are both strings. Client is the OpenAI object, and messages is a reference to a list that you add messages to in order to build the context. So what is context? Context in terms of the LLM is like your current chat session, basically. It's all of the relevant information that you fed to the LLM in order to facilitate useful communication. So think of it like a mini search engine of sorts. So you kind of have to give it like some background, and especially in software, it helps to give the LLM some source code first to work with before you actually start doing stuff. So let's actually use this thing for a moment, because I want to make sure that the error handling is robust before I actually start working on my game with this. So we're going to use DeepSeek. Let's see. Here's the prompt I want to use. You're using recursive tool calls for the model to allow the LLM to build its context. You have to be careful with that. That's definitely a good idea. You can kind of automate the building of the context that way, right? Like that's something I'm stepping towards. So if you're able to chain it consistently, that's really good. I haven't had that much luck, so I'm gonna have to look into if there's documentation on like successive tool calls in that way, because I don't know what the limit to the number of tools that you can actually provide actually is. I attempted to kind of build my own set the other night, and it appeared like I could coax, because like I basically built like a chain of file system editing tools that would allow the LLM to like take a look at the list of the files in the current directory, open a file, read it, decide on a line to edit, and then actually edit that line. But it took a lot of coaxing for it to actually use all of the tools appropriately. So I think there might be something I can do to kind of like set up the exchange to not be so human driven in that way. But I consider that like a separate experiment from some of these things, because when I tried that experiment, I actually created a copy of my game directory in order to do so. I absolutely do not want these things being the dominant force running the show in that domain. Like if they're going to operate in that way, I want them to be operating on their own thing and not something that I'm primarily driving. But I think that also makes sense. That's something that I think maybe some people might consider not needed to be spoken, but you know, it's kind of a thing I like to put out there because the enthusiasm is great. But even when I was in school, I considered myself a slow developer. And that's not a bad thing. You could say, oh, he's coping, but there is something to be said about being very precise with your intention, right? And to be absolutely sure before you go to the next step. And when you've got some automated system jumping and jumping and jumping like that, you have to watch it very carefully. You have to be able to put the brakes on. Okay, actually, these are both updated, so we're good there. All right, let's test this thing out. I actually just implemented streaming responses, so I know I'm picking up the API well enough. All right, so we're gonna go ahead and feed it. Yeah, yeah. When I was when I was trying to get ChatGPT to use the tools, it did a better job than Gemini, right? But after the first tool call, it began to fake tool output. Like it was just giving me fake JSON. Like I was like, "What the fuck are you doing? Why are you doing it?" I was getting so mad. Like that's the thing is when the LLMs are not good, they are really not good. And at a certain point, I get really emotionally flustered. So perhaps it's silly. A lot of my development decisions are driven by a need to control my emotional state. I like to stay in good vibes, and anything that drives me into a negative headspace is a buzzkill, and I avoid it like the plague. So we're gonna go ahead and feed the script to DeepSeek. One of the caveats of the script is that to terminate statements, and I'm probably going to go back and change this at some point, you hit like triple enter. So it's like new line, new line, new line, right? Like enter, enter, enter. And if you paste in things that have double spaces like this, it ends up like breaking early, so it won't catch the whole script. There's little things I gotta fix about this, right? Like it mostly works, and it's been improving over time. In fact, it's very small. It's only 280 lines of code, so it's not really big, and that's kind of the goal, is to keep this really fucking tight and small. Everything I do. So, oof, no pun intended there. Jesus Christ. That's what he said. All right, here is p80.py. I'm able to just paste it in that easily. Focus on the handling aspect. All right, on that. Nice. Okay, see, there we go. Now I'm able to go up here, grab this, hop back over to right here. Now I need to upgrade my neovim knowledge. I need a better way to tab things over like that automatically. Technically my formatter should do that, but black requires everything to be tabbed over properly before it does that. I don't know. Oh wait, so actually the try does this, and then we catch any exceptions. So that might actually be good. Infinite hangs. All right, that looks good. How about that? Uh-oh. Oh, Ha! Go break it. You won't. I like that. That's fucking funny. Um, print token count. Oh, yeah. All right. So we did some updates there. All right. Let's get towards game dev. Yeah, I started working on a message history the other day. Okay, there's our game. We are not drawing the message history placeholder yet. Okay, I like that. That's looking fucking clean. Holy shit. Just not in the right spot. Y'all might want the font size a little bit bigger. And we might want them anchored in a particular location. One of the goals with the user interface, all of the placement of the text, is that I want everything to be very configurable. That's nowhere near the top right. Come on now. I mean, that doesn't look too bad. Although the debug panel will override us being able to view it when we have it up, but that's no big deal. Similarly, the other like boxes that we're gonna have, like for instance, we got the minimal HUD on the bottom, but there's eventually going to be something that tells you like what your current equipped weapon is, what your current shield is, all that good stuff. Right, so those shield messages, like we want those to appear like our pickup. We want our pickup to occur in the message history. Not message system, message history. Message history count. See, there's nothing over there now. Because we're not adding anything into the message history. The messages get added to the message system and they're cycled through properly, but when we get a message through that window, we want to add it to our message history. All right, so if this works, our placeholder should reappear. Oh man, that's a bad spot to be in. There ain't no way of surviving this one. And as we can see, our message history placeholder has reappeared. Now to actually get more than just a placeholder actually drawing in there. What's happening, everyone? I hope y'all are having a good day so far. Thank you for joining me and watching me do this boring code on this boring game that's not ever going to be anything. No, I actually have fun working on this. And I think that it's going to be a fun game in general once it's somewhere, further along. But the goal is that, it's going to be difficult enough that you have to play it a lot. Or at least fun enough that it kind of sucks you in for a little bit. I'm not sure how well it's going to work on mobile, but it'll definitely lend itself to a controller very nicely. Doesn't make any sense. All right. Okay, it's not rendering past that one though. Okay. What happened there? Okay, we need to render the count in debug panel. Yeah, so it's like it's only rendering. Yeah, so the message history is correctly updating, but it's not rendering properly. So that's not as big of a deal. Is the buffer wiping it out every time? Shouldn't we be using like string cat or something like that? Oh shit, yeah. Okay, 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 okay. Um it did it right. We just have to also concatenate a new line. We should chop off the new line on the final message. But that's pretty good. Now, as I said before, we're going to end up having to all right, so yeah, I gotta chop the new line off of the message. But I'm just having fun here. Okay, so oh, that looks good. Very good. Okay. Okay. I'm with it. All right. Uh, one. Okay. All right, message history is one thing off the list. What's next? Being able to have that shield displayed would be nice. Yo, Shim. Oh, dude, no, it's not scary. Trust me. Um, the scary part that I think a lot of people jump the gun into, and that's the part that I find scary, is if you attempt to fully automate this stuff. The way that I use LLMs relative to what a lot of people are probably really trying to do is, I mean, everyone fantasizes about like the point where a code base can self-update, and I'm kind of dabbling with that, but it's still human guided. Like you can try to automate away, parts, but at the same time, the AI only has so much working memory, and you have to give it permission to do certain things. Like, people are giving their LLMs the ability to change their file system. I think that's fucking ridiculous. Like Copilot can do that shit. People are building tools like that. I'm like, nah, I'm not get like if I'm gonna give an LLM remote code execution ability on my own box, I'm gonna sandbox the fuck out of that. Oh yeah, well, so I actually just implemented streaming responses last night, and I just started today's stream by doing error handling on the streaming responses. So streaming responses is when you get that nice, like, it appears like it's coming out, little chunks at a time, like someone's typing it really fast. Um, this is as opposed to the default API response, which comes back as one big glob of text, which still works and it's fast, but it doesn't feel as nice of a user interface. Um, okay, so I'm what I'm doing first is I'm seeding the LLM with my game's code, right? Because the file is huge. It's like over 1,000 lines long. So look how fast it's able to handle this, though. Like, that's like I just dropped over 1,000 lines of code at it, and it did a full analysis in seconds. What's up, Duck D's? Just make sure to feed it a game of chess. Oh, well, I regularly tell the LLM that it's doing a good job when it does a good job. But sometimes I find you have to be really mean in order to get it to do what you want. Machines designed to evoke emotion. I mean, the emotions that I get here are when it actually works, and the other emotions I get are when it doesn't work. And when like you want to see me get pissed off, I'll load up Gemini and try to use that and just completely rage the fuck out, because Gemini, free version at least, is terrible. It's a very fast response time, but it's terrible. Working on a game. I'll show you what's up in a second. Let me finish chatting with the LLM here real quick. I mean, Doug Dees has a point. Like, puppet shows have been, like puppet shows are ancient, right? Like, let's go back into the 1800s, probably, maybe long before that. I don't know what the history of puppet shows are, but there is definitely something to be said about anthropomorphizing inanimate objects as a way to express, like, this is a reason that children pretend with action figures and dolls, right? Like, dolls in particular, I've always found creepy, but maybe that's exactly why, is that, part of the art of doll making is to make a more and more human-like representation, right? Isn't there a thing in ancient Bible shit about golems? I always get the golem vibe whenever I think of the LLMs and the whole AI thing. Like, something. I don't remember what the story was. Maybe someone in chat can remind me exactly what the problem with golems was, or whether or not God was cool with that. I think there was a reason that they destroyed the Tower of Babel too, right? Like, okay, so direct solution, add shield textures, front back variants, place them at known indices. Oh no. No, that's not gonna work. Default sprite groups render. Um, there was an SNL sketch with Christopher Walken playing a gardener that was terrified of plants. So he put googly eyes on them to relate better. Yeah, it makes sense. You know, there my Japanese teacher in college once had this big rant about how Japan likes to make things cute. So everything has to have smiley face or some sort of, you know, human-like expression on it. And I always thought that was a really clever mind hack, like a cultural mind hack to kind of create better vibes. How is it typing by itself? I just explained it's a streaming response. Look up, like if you Google like OpenAI streaming API. All right. No, see, we don't want to create. No, I'm not vibe coding. I don't believe vibe coding is a real thing. Okay, so over in Screws.txt. Hard buckler front. Well, I can tell you what people say it is or give you an idea of what it is, but even then, all I can really communicate is a vibe of what vibe coding actually is. And everyone's going to have a different vibe in how they approach. So back over here in Sprite. I mean, if that's vibe coding, I've been vibe coding my whole life. Like I said, oops, I'm already over there. I think the real dream is because it's very easy to get AI to write its own code, but the big thing people are trying to get at is not only getting it to write code, but then to test the code, examine the errors generated by the code, and then fix the code and repeat that process. With something like a game, you have a bit more nuance that you have to work with. There's a bit more, at least in my game anyway. Maybe there's other games in the future. Maybe I can try to do something fully automated in that department or as close to it as I can. But this is kind of a labor of love. Okay, so this is like the success. So here's the, I showed y'all this the other day. Like, essentially what we're going to be doing is attaching this sprite to this sprite, right? And on success, we would attach a successful block to this guy. Now, they split things up in a very interesting way. So, like, they have two separate sprite sheets for the front and the back. So, like, this would be the back. And actually, this would actually come underneath it. So, like, that would be the back there. And then here would be the front. And together, that's like the correct ordering. So, like, if I actually draw the front and the back, like, if I draw the back, then the player, then the front, then it correctly renders. So actually, now I'm not making everything myself. The graphics are done by a wonderful artist who created the mini fantasy asset pack. I do have to tweak some of the graphics as they're provided, but they are largely unmodified. RPG, you know what? You got me on a rant now. RPG Maker is half the reason I'm doing this game. Holy shit. When I was like 11 years old, a friend of mine introduced me to Super Nintendo emulators, and I began fucking around with old school emulation shit. In particular, this one game called RPG Tsukuru, which is like a it was actually a Super Nintendo port or Super Famicom port of the original RPG Maker that I think came out on PC Engine in Japan, but many years before it would ever see an American release. I was fucking with the Japanese version of that before my nutsack dropped. Like, real talk. I always thought that shit was cool as fuck. And maybe what we're building here can build towards something like that in the future. I think that would be fucking amazing. Guard front, guard back. Okay, so let's take a look at libgame defines. Yeah, you're like I imagine most of my viewers are gonna end up being significantly younger than myself, which is fine. I was fucking around with that in like 1996, 1997. Were you even born then? I straight up hang with some pretty skilled people, and even then, you know, some of these guys are actually kids in comparison to myself. Like some of these kids were born when I began writing code. So it's like, for all the time in between the beginning of your life up to the time I began writing code, like, you know, if you didn't start at that same point, and even then, by the time you got to that point, it's like I've already been coding for that much longer than you, right? Not trying to gloat, it's just like numbers. Don't be mad at me, be mad at the numbers. Exactly, that's why I'm here, Shimmer. That's exactly what I'm about. You know, like, people don't believe me when I say I've literally taught hundreds of students at this point, but that's a fact. I have taught hundreds of students. Get mad all you want. I played with RPG Maker in 99, 2000, but I never did anything serious with it. Yeah, I never built anything huge with it either, and that's okay, you know? If you play around with these things and you never got to a point where you made something super grandiose or majestical, you know, you got to play with it. That's what matters, is that you got to try the thing out, see how it works, see if you like it. And, you know, in the best case, some people, you know, spend so much time with one tool and one system that they actually really build something that they really want to make. It's taken me a long time to figure out what tools and languages and environments I like to work with the best in order to feel comfortable to sit down, because a lot of people out there will just straight up be like, use this thing, use this other thing. And if you start listening to other people and trying to follow their advice rather than your own gut, then you're going to end up having a bad time. Maybe some people just don't question that kind of stuff as much as I do, but like, I can't stand Visual Studio Code. I can't stand JetBrains. I hate IDEs. I like fucking terminal shit, man. Like, it's fast, it's responsive, it's customizable. And it's customizable in a way where you can do it in so many different ways that the sky is the absolute limit, and you're not beholden to anyone else's framework other than your own. I'm having trouble focusing. Okay, so here's where we associate the input images for guard, buckler, front, and back with their relative integer representations in our texture array. This is like step one of loading a graphic, right? Let me show you all the game at the moment, because We got someone new watching. Here's what we got so far. And I like this. I really enjoy being able to zoom out and zoom in like this. Fun fact though, this is kind of a buggish, but like if you zoom out far enough, it flips upside down. Okay. So the way that the graphics works is that we read everything in from a file, right? All of those graphics are specified in literally a text file right here. The first number refers to the what number graphic it is. There's no real ordering to any of this. This is a fucking tragedy. The second number is the number of contexts. So if we go back over into a sprite real quick. So let's take a look at this one. This is a good one. Or better yet, let's look at the human idle animation, because it's a good like big example. As you can see, there's a lot to it. There's like many frames. So this file, or this graphic, this graphic is matched up by this line right here. So the first number is called contexts. Context refers to the number of rows in the sprite sheet. So as you can see, we have 4 rows. This corresponds to 4 different directions that the player could be facing in. So you have down right, down left, up right, and up left. In my game, there's actually 8 directions. So there's a mapping between the player's actual facing direction and the appearing facing direction when sprite's drawn. So as an example, facing down would be equivalent to either this row or this row, and facing up would be equivalent to this row or this row, depending on what your previous facing direction was. So left and right, obviously, top row and second row, and then left and right again for third row and fourth row. So there's a complicated mapping there, but essentially, so long as you specify the correct number of frames and the correct number of rows, then it loads correctly. So back to guard, right? So like I have I actually have the animation for the human performing the block, but now we're going to have to attach the animation for the actual buckler. So this is being loaded in, right? But now we have to take a look at how we're creating our sprite groups. Create sprite group by ID. Where does this actually get called at? Yeah. So in the initialization of the game, we loop through all those graphics, right? Load all the textures. we create space in our sprite, in our hash table. Actually, it's like loading the textures is one aspect. Sprites actually don't contain the textures themselves. They just point to them. So sprites contain like additional information, like what current frame of animation you're on, what the context of the sprite is, and all that stuff. Not to mention a sprite group is really a slice up of that texture. So like, for instance, each row is one sprite, and together, every row all together is one sprite group. And depending on the context, in addition to the specifier, will determine what sprite actually gets rendered. Python is a great entry point. I have to agree. Python is absolutely fantastic. I'm actually using Python over here to chat with DeepSeek. All right, so in create by ID, we're currently splitting it up between weapon, field, and NPC and player. So what I'm thinking we could do here is we could actually create sprite group. We could create a sprite group for the guard front and the guard back, and also possibly for the success. I'm also realizing I have to piss. I have to get some more coffee, and it's probably time for me to wake my baby up to go do some business. Hell yeah, what's good, Lane? Hope you're having a great Friday. I am literally about to step off stream for a bit because I got a pee-pee. And always, it takes me forever to get back, so I can hook y'all up with some tunes. Maybe something a little bit more chill, as per our suggestion from a new viewer. Oops, that's loud. And I've returned. I got my dog some ice cream. So we've got a limited window here until she wants more attention. I think after I take care of this shield situation, I'm going to take a break, recharge, eat some food, clean up my apartment a bit. But before that, oh, we haven't saved it over here yet. Instead of calling it shield block, I should call it shield guard. Wait, what? Oh no. Yeah, we haven't implemented that yet. You seem a little bit nervous about making this work. This is all hard coded in, but like getting the proof of concept working will mean that I'll be able to expand the system to work more properly with other items. So getting it working for this first situation right now, really important. So this would create the second sprite group, right? Like, yeah, so we're still using specifier from earlier, but all of the sprites that we've created up to this point have been default, no specifier. So all right, so we now have a as shield function, which should be useful for us. That's not good. Um, so as you can see, due to how things are being handled at the moment, the new sprite is being drawn and animated constantly instead of the original sprite that was just a floating shield. That's an interesting. So there's a problem with the way that my drawing algorithm is selecting which sprite it needs to actually draw. Before we add this back in, because we know this works, ish, I have to in lib draw Okay, draw entities, right? Alive entities. Dead entities. Live entities. Draw sprite and shadow. Now we get to dig into hash table specifier. So it's been a while since I've gotten to touch these functions. These were built a long time ago, but they are the core of the animation system. Actually, we don't even need const for, so I'm going to go and take this opportunity to clean this file up. So for all of the functions, we no longer need const for integers. We never needed them to begin with, but I was paranoid. This doesn't really performatively change anything, but it makes it just a little bit smaller. Now we have to go through, change them here. Was that good, Grace? Did you like that? Did you eat all that? Oh my. Pretty good. Like that. You guys show that. Oh. Some more. Here, go. This dog has been with me since the beginning of my developer career in 2011. So that means he's at least 14 years old. I think she got a contact high when I was smoking a bong when she was a puppy, and he's been attached to my hip ever since. There have been a few years where I was not with her, but at the end of the day, she initially was grandma's dog. What's the game look like so far? I can show you. Let me finish this real fast. Minor changes here. Okay. What the game looks like. Here's where we're at. What I'm currently working on is like after you pick up that shield and you perform block, right? Man, I got fucking owned there. that was pretty good. That looked good. Like there's certain points where I'm like, yeah, this game's gonna be something good. So the other day I implemented the ability to change direction as a free action, which is very useful because you might need to like reposition yourself in order to like attack a different enemy than in the direction that you might be currently facing, right? I figured this was a reasonable gameplay decision. And we have item pickup. So like if I try to attack right now, you have no weapon to attack with, and you're not punished for this. Like if you try to attack and you haven't picked anything up yet, no big deal. Not going to be that evil, right? So pick up sword, but then I was immediately attacked afterwards because picking up the sword took up my turn. And then I took 1 damage. But because as you can see, the green box there is facing to the right, because that was the direction that I had previously moved in. So that would be what direction I'm still facing, right? In order to attack that enemy, now that I've picked up the weapon, I now have to change direction, and now I can attack safely. Yeah, picking up items counts as 1 move. Absolutely. Just like in Sheeran, just like in NetHack. All right, so we're going to attack. Dead, dead, dead. I'm going to move away. Now, if you... So in order to change direction, you press 5, and then the direction you want to change to. So you want to wait a turn in place facing the direction you're still facing. You can press 5. You know, someone I worked with used to talk about XCOM. I've never played that game or that series, but I heard it's good. All right, so our goal right now, the last thing I really want to get done today, is this will represent a pivotal turning point in, you know, like where we're at here, is now we can pick up the shield and sword, because we already have something that represents the sword-ish. You know, it's like right there. But we have nothing to match like blocking. XCOM's like a much older series. There's like 2 of them. I think there was like a recent one made like around 2014. I think it's like about aliens. I can't really speak to what the gameplay is like, but the guy who recommended it to me was a really smart guy who, you know, he was like 10 years younger than me at the time, but definitely smart and knew his shit. No, not even 10 years. He was a few years younger, but either way, it was like, it's really fun in the developer and the tech and the nerd world to like meet people of different ages, because everyone comes at this shit with a different upbringing, a different background, right? Everyone comes at this shit with a different perspective as a result. And nobody has like a right or a better perspective. They have a different perspective. Yeah, like, man, I wish I got, DOS would have been so much more sick on like a more higher end like system. The my experience with DOS was limited, but it was also the beginning of my programming journey using QBasic. That's a project in the future, is to get back and kind of dig into QBasic a little bit. All right, project time. So we just had a bug in loading the new texture, right? So you pick up the shield. It displays fine right now, but there was a bug with how we're doing this. Right here. When I got my first computer from my grandmother, who I just spent many years caring for, she had her own cleaning business, and one of her employees upgraded their own home computer from MS-DOS to Windows 95 and sold it to her at a cheap rate. I don't know how much she paid for it, or if she even paid anything for it, actually. But she gave it to me. And I had that shit propped up in my room right next to my CRT monitor. I had a sick desk growing up, man. You had the CRT to the left and the MS-DOS Tandy machine to the right. And when I wasn't playing games or watching shit, I was on the computer, trying to grind and go through this MS-DOS book. And I eventually got to QBasic and began fucking around, just trying to learn the basics. And I remember being able to write a 4-function calculator and thinking, oh, hey, man, maybe I can make my own text-based RPG. And I had no knowledge of anything like function definitions. I had no knowledge of recursion. I had no knowledge of data structures or anything beyond if statements. And I got as far as I could, and I realized this is way harder than I know it should be. I'm definitely missing something. I don't know what. So I kind of stopped trying for a while, and because I didn't know how to pick up the knowledge that I was missing. So the next thing that I did as a kid was I got into HTML. Well, yeah, actually it was HTML and making websites from scratch. Fucked around with Angel Fire, with Tripod, with GeoCities. Y'all remember those? I'm an old hat. I had a free hosted Final Fantasy VII shrine to my love of the game, and I was part of a fucking web ring. Y'all remember web rings? All right, so here's the bug that we're facing, right? With the way that the code currently works, loading this in this way is clearly working, but what's not working is how things are being drawn, right? So here's what the bug is. So the new sprite is drawing now instead of the old sprite. But this is the sprite that we want to draw when the player actually blocks, not the web rings, as in internet web. Duck these. Web as in Spider-Man. Now, we don't want that sprite to draw. We still want this to load, and we're obviously loading it correctly, but the way that the system works is when it gets inserted into the hash table. This is the hash table structure that manages all of our graphics. When it actually inserts a new one, it inserts it at the front of the table. So like, if I have a shield sprite, and then I also have the front guard shield sprite, and I have the back guard shield sprite, and I insert them in that order, the last one inserted is the most recent one to be accessed. So as an example, as a quick fix, I should be able to just flip these around. And boom. Look at that. Bug fixed. Now, it does create another problem. Not really create another problem, but it's more of like a problem that I still have to deal with. So the correct sprite is loading again, or rendering. So the problem now is when we actually draw the sprites, or rather when we draw the player forming a block, we're going to have to figure out how to select that particular sprite in order to render it. So like, web rings have been effectively replaced with media networks. And media networks are growing all the time, and there's more than just the mainstream ones. There's networks of streamers, there's networks of content creators, there's local communities, there's countless Discord servers. So setting if the sprite group is blocking sets the animation for that particular sprite. We actually have access to an entity. That's good, because all of this stuff happens in the update loop. So like in over in game loader, which controls the core game loop, these things happen every frame essentially. We update the input state, which is a big data structure that keeps track of what is pressed on the keyboard. We process the internal game logic. We update the sprites, and then we actually draw them. I have this as in 2 separate steps. I didn't want it to get too, because even updating the sprites is getting complicated, right? So draw frame is very small. We do a camera lock on, we draw the dungeon floor, and then we draw the player target box, which is that little green box that indicates like where you're currently selecting. Heard someone blowing up my phone, but I'm not gonna. I put it away so I couldn't look at it on purpose, because every little distraction adds up. Well, actually, draw frame is oh yeah, no. We have a couple of other things that we do in draw frame, but we select depending on the mode, because I'm planning on a 3D mode at some point. Drawing the dungeon floor involves the following: drawing the tiles, drawing the dead entities, drawing the living entities, and then drawing any walls. Drawing the entities involves stepping through each tile in the dungeon floor, and then taking a look at how many entities are on that tile. And then actually drawing the entity. If the entity's dead, in this case, I decided to make that like its own parameter. So if you pass in true, then we're looking for if they're dead, and if you pass in false, we're looking if they're not dead. So we draw dead entities first. That way we can prioritize drawing living entities on top of the dead entities. It's all about the order. So let's go to draw sprite and shadow. Because we're obviously storing the new sprite correctly. Now, we do have a problem here. We do not have access to the entity itself. In order to select the correct sprite from the hash table, we have to have the entity ID, which we can obviously find a way to derive. However, it's not going to fit into the traditional loop where we iterate through the list of entities in the game state and pick the thing that we need to draw from there. It's not going to be that straightforward. We're going to have to so once you pick up shield, and we'll have to do this with the sword too. So at the moment, we're simply keeping track of them in an inventory, but we have nothing that like directly says this is what we're equipped with, right? But essentially, it would just be attaching another entity ID to another location. However, even if we do that, all of the actual entity information no, we have the entity map. Okay, no, we're good. So given an entity ID and it's the player, we go through. Actually, first things first. Let's go to pickup. When we do this, at the moment, we need some rudimentary way to associate like a very quick reference. That way we don't have to like loop through our inventory every single time we need to check to see what we're equipped with. Oh wait, we have no idea what it is. We have no idea at this point because the entity itself has no knowledge of the different types of entity IDs that it might be working with. That's all handled through liblogic. So if we add an item to inventory, we also would want to do something like similarly, we can also go ahead and do this for like that. And now, over in libdraw, go ahead and grab our entity, even though technically, I mean, prior till now, this function did not require us to grab the entity, but now we need it because we have to check to see if a shield is equipped. Now here's the real tricky part, right? Like, remember earlier about the whole front and back drawing stuff? Now imagine we have to do something like this. This would be layer 1, this would be layer 2, and this would be layer 3. I had previously organized things in a way where we attach both the front and the back texture to the same set here, but what this is going to do is group this as one sprite group, but we're actually going to want to select 2 sprite groups. The reason for this is that these are not context based like these are. Like, I mean these are context based, but like we want to be able to draw both of them at the same time, one on top of the other. So in order to do that, guard buckler front these. So we had to do that first. So this loads the front sprite sheet and the back sprite sheet. Um, so wait, we only really want to draw the shield if the player's blocking, right? I don't know that we necessarily want to reset it here, because then by the time we actually go to draw it, um, no, see, this would get the incorrect one. Specifier guard. So this would definitely draw the front. I mean, technically we want to draw the back first, right? I had something good at the fucking grocery store the other day. Holy shit. Um, it was I gotta go back for one, man. It was fucking awesome. It's a chocolate covered, powder sugared covered, chocolate filled croissant. Oh man, it was tasty. I had two of them. It was like a whole ass meal. Almost savory, sweet and savory. Love that combo. I'm worried about this code, but it's probably time to test it. If this works, then we can attach the code for the drawing of the back. Uh-oh. Oh, we never turned his blocking off. Right. He didn't draw, though. Um, I saw it. I feel like I saw it briefly. It doesn't. It should have drawn on top. I should probably turn down the animation speed also just for debugging. But now he's permanently locked like that. Something seems off. Uh, It doesn't look like it's animating properly for some reason. Oh, it's because the is blocking gets turned off immediately. But this is going to result in something wonky. Oh, hey, the shield's being drawn. It's just like, there you go. It doesn't really bounce with the player, but like it's only really supposed to show up. Oh, you know what? The animation index isn't being updated for it. That's what's going on. Um, it needs to be moved over a little bit. It looks like it looks like it's almost off by like 1 pixel. Yeah, the basis of the entire asset pack is centered around 8 by 8. However, there are some assets that are much larger than that try to stay centered around that scale. But it also creates an interesting problem for me wanting to implement some of these larger assets into the game. As an example, there's like a wolf, right? There's like take this wolf as an example. I don't have this guy in the game yet, but I want to get him in. But there's some problems associated with this, right? Because if all of my stuff is centered around 8 by 8, but then you have something like this that is actually 10 by 6, right? So here's the situation, right? Like you're going to end up having a little bit of overlap. That's why a lot of these things have so much padding. So the 8 by 8 area would be like this, right? So you got a little bit outside of that, which is totally fine for right now. But then you've got larger dudes like the warg. He's pretty cool looking too, right? But the same problem applies here. You know, if we start from the bottom right and we measure out, 8 8, we've got, you know, a little bit, you know, more overflowing into, you know, neighboring tiles, which, you know, may or may not be a big deal for something of this size. But then what if, you know, things get much bigger than that? Eventually we're going to have a troll. So how big is this guy? Okay, this guy still fits almost, but as you can see, he's still like just 1 pixel out of bounds. Um, and you would expect some of this, right? Like I'm kind of handling this with the way that I do my walls. Um, the current dungeon floor isn't rendering any, but I have a system for this where excuse me. So we've got big tile, medium tile, small tile. Now, the reason I call these walls is because they're not technically supposed to be flat, right? Um, Evil Snowman. Yeah, we could take a look at that one. Oh, that's cool. I like that. That looks pretty sick. So essentially the functionality I'm going to be able to build in is rather limited to the assets that are provided, unless I decide to get ballsy and modify the assets myself in order to create something new. I have commercial license to do that for the assets that I have available. So anytime that we need to, it's an option, but as to recognize how deep in the weeds we can get. So back over. Let's see. Our shield rendering. But it's not quite animating properly. And I think the reason for this is because when we go to actually update all of the sprites, we're not looping through every sprite. Like, now that we have these sprites that are being chained onto the hash table, I think the iteration is skipping them, because I, previous to this, had decided to put off working with the specifier type to come back to it later. It's amazing that I've been streaming for like three fucking hours. How long now? No drop frames too, huh? It's fucking amazing. I'm loving this new internet, this new setup. But I'll tell you right now, this setup is not free. This is coming out of my own pocket, and so I'm serious about business. I'm gonna need y'all to watch as much of this shit as you can. Donate where possible, and help a brother out, because I have a few months until catastrophe, and so it's very important to take this time and get the runway rolling and actually get real business generating. I don't expect to necessarily do that working on this game. This is a passion project. I have a limited amount of time to be able to work on this. However, as I get business rolling, I will be able to dedicate more and more time to this. But for right now, this is just a relaxing period. Dude, I can't tell you how fucking often it happens with me where I am watching some dumbass YouTube shit, and then someone on stream says something that has nothing to do with the word Google. But then my phone will light up as if I activated it for some shit, and I'm like, no. Fucking hate that. It's worse than a butt dial. Here we're just raw dog hard drawing a shield once you actually have it equipped. It's not quite what we want to do. We only really want to draw this if you're performing a blocking action. And even then, in addition to that, we also have to make sure that we're updating the animation frame for that sprite. Because currently in update sprite, we have these functions, right? So in update sprite, oops. Update sprite gets called here. And this only gets one sprite group. What we're going to have to do here is actually go through and update sprite groups, all of them, for this particular ID. the question now is, for a given ID, how many sprite groups exist? Yeah, I actually have to write a new function to do this. No, we don't want a number of entries in the whole table. We want a number of entries for a given entity key. A long function name. I don't know if there's a way to make that shorter. HT entity ID SG get num entries for key. I thought it was going to complete some shit for me. All right. We can start by getting the first entry. Using our get function. Wait, what? You want me to calculate the hash? I gotta calculate a whole ass node. Really? Fuck. All right, well, there you go. So, given this new function, This would tell us how many different sprite groups we're going to have to handle. I'm trying to build a loop around this. We're also going to have to write another function that doesn't access by specifier, but accesses it by an index. So given the ID and given like a number, remember this function gets the first one in the series, and then get by specifier allows us to pick one in the series. But we also would want a way to access this. Get by index. Oh, we need to call it something besides index. I'll do for another get up and stretch break, Hanji. Before we're doing good. Okay, it's updating, but it's just not animating properly. Okay, we're making progress. So we actually don't want it to draw when I mean it almost looks correct, right? But we don't want it to draw right now because the player's not blocking. It looked correct when he did the block animation or the action, you know, if I time it just right. But we only want it to draw if they're in the middle of a block, right? It's disappearing too quickly for us to actually see it. Um, gotta pee. Oh, okay. Starting to get hungry. Starting to get cranky. Let's find a good place to checkpoint here because we've made progress. You know, it's taken all fucking day. but it's required me having to dig into my animation system, figure out how things currently work, how I have to rewire them in order to make it do what I want to do here. Also, 420. Smoke it if you got it. Gracie likes to sit behind me. Yes, you do. Look at this girl. Look at you. You're kicking up the whole couch. She's such a good girl. Thank you, thank you. All right, we gotta get to a point where have this in a cohesive state. Yeah. Don't think I haven't seen those messages. I'll hit you up. Let's hope and pray that my income becomes such that I can afford to pay people to have employees. Because in a way, I mean, one of the ways I think about it, by having paid for this asset pack, and it was a good deal, I get all of these graphics and I get the license to use them in my games. And so for me, this became a huge cognitive offload, right? I meant, oh shit, now I don't have to worry about what my graphics look like so much. And I've got stuff I can actually work with. You know, it's funny because like I've done the whole like self-employed freelancer kind of thing for so long. And when I think about working with people, I don't like the idea of working for a boss so much as like working with people, right? I always envied or liked the idea of Valve Corporation and Steam's like internal management structure, which I don't know if they've changed it since then, but a long time ago it used to be this idea called Flatland, where everybody was equal and you had like time to work on your own projects and you could cross collaborate with other people and certain things emerged out of this process. I think that's a fantastic concept because I've worked at multiple corporations at this point. I say multiple, it was like two. But even then, those companies, one of them was an LLC, the other, I'm not even sure what incorporation it actually was, but it was interesting because they themselves were kind of a go-between with all of these much bigger corporations who were clients of theirs. And being just a cog in that machine and getting to see the machine for what it is at that level, and having had the opportunity to touch internal code bases belonging to corporations, you know, it was like a step one, get job at company. Step two, get access to code repository. Step three, now you're touching someone else's internal fucking corporate product. Didn't mean that you had like write access necessarily, but it does it enabled me to see how things are really done. And I was really happy to see that, like, picking shit up on my own, I was not too far away from what was already being done. And I just had to upgrade my way of thinking in how I was writing code. I will say I have a lot of respect for the level of documentation that Apple provides its developers for all of its internal APIs and tooling. That shit was ahead of the game in 2011. You know, like that long ago, it was that good. That's when I first began working in iOS, which I haven't touched in. When's the last time I wrote like actual iOS code? Probably the last time I was on my MacBook. It's dead as fuck. So I don't have an AC adapter for it because last one I had, which was a third-party Chinese fucking knockoff, that would get super hot every time I plugged it in. My sister's dog, one of her dogs, yanked it out of the fucking outlet, shattered it into pieces. She said she would pay me for it, and she never did. So that's $30 fucking down the drain. But you know, sometimes you have to lose money in order to learn a lesson. And I bet if I were to push her on it right now, she'd be like, I paid you for that. And I'm like, bitch, no, you didn't. Because if you did, I would have fucking replaced it already. Anyway. Not that I need the MacBook right now, but it is a nice machine. And being able to boot it up would mean that I can at least beat it up or do research on it if I wanted to. Having the additional operating system is also useful for game development and testing, because you want as many different environments to actually try it out on as you can. Grace, you are about to slide off the edge, babe. And this idea for how to possibly solve it. Yeah, Portal is a mod on Half-Life, right? Like that's how I think it was initially developed. And Half-Life was a mod on Counter-Strike Source, if I understand correctly. So it's like there's a legacy of building on top of things there. Load was actually suggesting to me that I fork Shattered Pixel Dungeon or something like that, since it's also, I think, open source. All right, so this looks correct almost. Obviously for the positioning and stuff, you know, we would have to update context and things. However, this is like step one. So another problem, I mean, the big problem that we're facing is that we only want the shield to appear when we're actually performing the block action. We're not constantly supposed to be blocking. The player's supposed to be like idling right now. Also, I think the frame rate was out of sync somehow. Now he's like always blocking. But once you press the block key, essentially what this says is, oh, hey, we need to set the player animation into the blocking state. And then the entity is no longer blocking. But realistically, what I'm going to have to do here is implement a sort of go-between system where start with as a test. Create a new variable. Player or entity, and we're only doing the hero right now, so this is all kind of hard-coded. This is going to be our go-between. Now, we don't have access to the game state here, but we do have access to the game state here. We still have the problem of knowing when to turn this off. Because turning or attempting to do it with the is blocking that's on the entity down here results in only one frame of the animation being played. Not having any is blocking set on false results in once we do a block, he's like in block forever. So we have to actually do this part right here where we switch it to false after we set what the current for the sprite group happens to be. Because that's supposed to get reset to the idle animation once it plays once. We can reset it at the very end. Oh, after check default animations. It checks to see if the animations are done, like actually playing. And it doesn't execute this part, which increments whose turn it is until after the animations have completed for if it's a player or the NPCs. So moment of truth. Oh shit, yeah. We got it. We got it. We got it. We got it. This is such a ghetto fucking hack, but it's working. We don't need the blocking message. Thank you. It's a long road now to like really clean this up and make it like more cohesive. But like step one in any process that I do is just as a software developer, I've been doing this shit a fucking long time, right? Step one, you get something working, even if you haven't fully thought out the system, even if you're gonna run into these hurdles along the way, you still have to navigate that space and plug things together in a way to make it actually work before you can go back and go over it to see what can be improved, smoothed upon, and made easier and more something that requires less steps to achieve the same result. And that's what I kind of call like the process of refactoring, or just going back over and cleaning things up. So let's turn the animation speed back up to now that we've kind of got that kind of figured out. I already noticed like a little bit of a bug here. Like, me a little bit harder to see at this speed. But it's like it's not properly hitting the like it's not like starting from the same frame every time, it seems like. Um I'm gonna get fucking murked here. No way out of this one. Same here. This is, ooh, that's a bad situation. Maybe no, there's no way. I'm gonna get clapped for like 4 damage. Oh yeah, no, now I'm gonna get clapped for 5. Fuck that. So earlier I was talking about sprite contexts. So one of the bug fixes I'm gonna have to do next session, but I am definitely checkpointing at this point. Um, is that like by default we're currently only rendering the top context for this particular sprite sheet. So like this layer gets drawn on top. Realistically, what we want is for so like this is technically the bottom layer, and obviously that makes sense, right? Because the top 2 rows have no graphics. So the idea is that you draw this layer first, and then you draw the hero. And as you can see, the bottom right sprites actually look correct-ish for what's there. And then we take the top layer and we draw that. And what y'all are seeing so far, when he's actually pointed in the right direction, is the top row animating correctly. And it looks mostly correct. If it would actually start from the first frame every single time. I got to dig into that. But as far as one of the big things next time is that the way that I handle the changing of the direction of any of the NPCs is through a context update. The context update correlates a direction that an entity is facing with what sprite should actually get drawn. So as an example, if you're facing to the right or if you're facing to the down right, then this top row gets drawn. Or if you are facing down and the move that you made previous to that was a right direction, then it will also be that top row. And similar rules apply for the other directions. So whenever the direction of an entity changes, we have to update the context for its associated sprite. And how I do that with this function. That big old if statement ternary right here. That's how I do it. This is a direct mapping between all of the different 8 directions and special integer representing different sprite group contexts. Literally hard-coded in 1, 2, 3, 4. Because if you remember from that sprite sheet, right down, up, right down, right up, and left up. Those are the 4 directions that the sprites operate in when they actually have directions. But they don't always have directions. So when they don't have a direction, oftentimes current context will never change. Like a lot of this could probably be optimized for situations where the sprite doesn't have more than one context. Right? But once we figure out what the new context is, we call this function sprite group set context. That context calls sprite set context for every sprite in the sprite group. Very straightforward. So if a human has all of these different sprites, one for each animation action that's capable of taking, then when we change direction, we correspondingly update which direction like you're facing for any of those animations at the same time. So that way we don't really have to think about updating that stuff every single time you take an action, because we've mass updated all of the different sprites for that entity all in one go. So makes it useful and easy, because all we should have to do is grab the correct sprite group for the shield and make sure that we're updating it as well. At the moment, what we're doing for update sprite context update sprite pointer. Yeah, we did this in order to make sure that the sprite was animating properly. We have to have do update on the entity. I'm just going to test commenting this out. Oh no. That broke everything. Oh man. We need to do something similar here where we're like looping through every sprite group for that particular sprite. the direction on the shield. I mean, the programming for the animation, using the Raylib library, but it's all my own code otherwise, in conjunction with LLM assistance. Someone suggested that I preface that, but I think it should be understood that code is just code, no matter who writes it. If you're particularly proud of something that you do, definitely put your name on it and whatever, but like, there's tool assistance at every level. Where did I get in that? Update sprite context. Cleaner. And we should be updating it with the direction that we're providing to this function here. I guess it also assumes that, like, the context is updated correctly when you pick it up off the ground. This code is nasty. Like, all this stuff I wrote myself, figuring out like the best way to store right information and how to best load assets and bring things into existence. Um, this whole function could definitely be better. Essentially, this function, given an entity ID, a pointer to the array of textures representing the sprite group, how many of them there are, particular offset to store for use in drawing, and then a specifier type. This is all we need to actually create a sprite group. Remember, a sprite group is really just a list of textures, and each texture represents multiple sprites. It's like one texture for the human idle animation, which holds 4 different directions. What's up, Nah? Haven't seen you in a hot minute. Welcome to the dojo. Long time no see. Regular viewer of the show. Hope you were doing well. Not doing bad. Not doing bad. Doing not bad. Thank you for asking. Be doing better if I could figure out this fucking self-inflicted wound I've put upon myself here. When you go to create the sprite group, we add everything. We never update the context. Only place that I'm actually calling, and I'm not even calling update sprite context so much as context pointer. Got my own place now. Fast internet as fuck. I've been streaming for like over 4 hours. 0 dropped frames. You got fired? Oh no. But you got another job in a week? That's awesome. I'm definitely going to be in the department for that. I don't have to. That's awesome. Shimmer, I stream to both YouTube and Twitch. Nop is a Twitch viewer. I apologize. This version of OBS doesn't have the browser plugin for some reason, and I haven't figured out a way to build it for it yet. I like using this version because it's got GPU acceleration, so I'm able to make use of my sick-ass graphics card and do shit that way. But as a result, I don't have the ability to embed chat into my stream, so you're not able to see the cross-platform chat going on. Why isn't it updating to the correct direction? What if the old context was direction none? Wait, no. No. If the old context was... Did we hard code all this? Yes, Shimmer. That's correct. And I just got... That was the 100th message. In today's chat. I'm back. Yeah. Not the correct direction that the sprite should be facing. Oh, wait, no. Wait. Because the entity is no longer in the field, when we go to update context for all of the visible sprites, because it's not visible at the moment. I think I have an idea. Oh yeah, no, the totally gonna have enemies being able to pick up stuff as well. Don't worry about that. That's on the agenda. Getting all this stuff smoothed out. It's really important to that process because ultimately any NPC will be able to interact with the world just in the same way as the player, being able to pick up and equip items, use items, etc., etc. You probably haven't seen it in the previous streams. I actually had trap tiles and switches pretty much working, but I've disabled them at the moment so that when I go back to them, you can focus on them and really flesh them out. Each of the pieces that I get working, I often disable after I get it working the first time because I don't want the system to get too bogged down until every piece is as tight as possible. Excuse me. And Grace is seeing that she needs to go do some business. We'll be back in a few. Yeah. All right, let's see here. Just about done for today. Later on, we'll do some Monster Hunter or just getting on and just chat or some shit. Um, Felt like I was really close to something here. When we go to draw the shield, problem I'm facing is that I'm having trouble updating the context. If we can set the context correctly, then the shield will face in the correct direction when the player changes direction. We're getting the shield right here, but Grace, we're getting the shield right here. But the problem is I'm not selecting the correct row of the shield texture. And we have to create a relationship between which shield or which one is currently being selected and which direction we're facing. And actually, it's not even the current, but the context. So let me ask you, Grace. Does the sprite group have information about the context? Current animation sprite and sprite group. Yeah, that selects which sprite that we have to draw, but it doesn't tell us which sprite or which row of the sprite. I think that's actually stored on sprite itself. Oops. Yeah, current context. We're storing on the sprite, not on the sprite group because I'm a fucking idiot. So we would have to update the sprite group to have access to the current context without me having to dig in and grab it from the sprite itself. But if I do that, maybe we can jack it from here. No, you should actually take a look at all of the different, you should really take a look at all the different demos that are out there. Raylib is a phenomenal library, especially for 3D stuff. That's one reason I'm kind of hype about like getting into 3D to make a 3D rendering system for this game. I already have an idea of how to go about it, but a long ways away. This is a big project. Yes, it is. Oh, Grace, it is. It's only 5:22. It's still too early for Din. Still too early. She gets dinner at 6 p.m. And she is not the boss of me. She gets dinner when dinner's ready. Part of it is, we have to sync up our eating because she cries constantly when I'm eating because she wants my food. And she can't eat my food all the time because sometimes I eat food that she can't have. She don't like that. I actually do have shader stuff built in. I have played around with some 2D shader stuff, and it's really not that hard. And it creates a lot of possibilities. They have shader support, and it's very easy to actually integrate and get working. Raylib is fucking phenomenal. I've fucked around with a little bit of shader and 3D stuff using libstl and OpenGL, and it was a fucking nightmare. Like in comparison, holy shit. I've got some of that old code too, and it's just so nasty. Some of the grodiest fucking C. See, I've never been trained in 3D stuff. I always saw it as fascinating, but it's always been something I've put on the back burner. There's a lot of primitive knowledge I feel like one has to build up in order to really do it super well. All right, here's the experiment, Grace. If this works, I really hope it does. We can just jack the current from the sprite that we're drawing, and that should correctly update it. Here we go. All right. Moment of truth here. Oh, it did not draw the correct. Oh, it's not even drawing now. Uh, wait. Here, let's see that we were actually grabbing anything there. Hold on. Okay, so attempting to hijack it through that value did not work. For one reason or another. Oh, it's not the current way, it's the context. Oh, no. Oh, man, I'm dumb. Hold on. No. So if shield S at this point, not SG current, but rather, and not even that. Shield sprite, and then S pointing to current context. Let's try this. Ooh, that's a bad situation there. Oh yeah, let's kill all these baddies if we can. I don't think we can. Nope. All right, now we can. Here we go. It's not quite right. It's also not updating the correct, it's like not doing the right animation. Um, oh, and it's also, yeah, because it's force setting the context every single time we do this. Um, Seems that I'm not going to be able to finish this right now, Grace. If we leave it as is, this might be a good stopping point. In which case, we'll go get a little more sun. Yeah, she's talking. I just like laying the dead bodies out. It's cool that they stack, but I like seeing them laid out. It's part of the game mechanic is, just like in NetHack, I want to eventually have you be able to drag bodies around and stuff like that. It's like maybe there's a switch on the floor that you have to do some Sokoban and get like a heavy thing laid on top of it. And, what better heavy thing than a dead corpse that you just created? So so I pretty much know what the main problem is right now. We've done a lot today. It's definitely break time. Well, thank you. No, I mean, that's the goal. I want it to feel like a super old school RPG that you might have played on the Super Nintendo, but with a large scale potential as well as short snack sized potential. Um, it scales very big. I don't know if you've seen how big it scales. Um, It didn't draw all the rooms. Check this out. You ready to navigate? You ready to dungeon crawl yet? You see where I'm going with this thing? I think this looks pretty good. So the one thing that you haven't seen yet, wait, hold on. Where's ID at? Oh, there it is. Why is it floating pointing on me, Grace? Oh, it's probably doing to do with the placement. Something was breaking there. I don't want things to break too badly. Obviously a lot of work to do. Let's check what we've done today, and all right, push. All right, Grace, workday's done. We can relax. We have been streaming for quite a while. So I lied earlier. She really is the boss of me. So as you can see, doing it raw dog and pure code is definitely a challenge. And it takes a long time, and sometimes you have to work out very nitty gritty details. Ain't that right? Look at this ball of fluff. All right, you gotta tell everyone bye, okay? We're gonna both recharge, get ourselves in order, get some, touch some grass, get some food, and maybe we'll get back on and play some Monster Hunter in a little bit. I think we're done coding for the day. You don't want to burn yourself out. So, until next time, y'all take it easy. Thanks for joining. Appreciate it. Like, subscribe, etc. All that good shit. I love you.